And good morning, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to Tuesday. Second day of the work week for those of us who work under that schedule. I hope you've had a good start to the week. You like the image, James? I'm glad you do. That will not be the official image. This is the image for book one. I just need to work up the courage to start up Dash 3D and figure out how to do something that will fit. I'm bad at that. I'm bad at visual stuff, so. But yes, I hope you've had a good start to the week. I hope you are energized for the rest of it. Mine has gone well, actually. Well, I say actually as if it didn't usually go well. It always goes well. Writing happened yesterday. Quite pleased with it. The rest of my day went well. Started playing Valheim, and that is not as bad as my memory of it was. I bought it a couple of years ago, and I played it, and the memory I had of that play wasn't good. Like, which is why I only had 3 hours in it, and I had felt no need to return to it. But yeah, it's yeah. So yeah, today being Tuesday, it is Read and Corax. For those who are new to this, I need to check something before I go too far. Yeah, okay. For those who are new to this, this is when I read chapters from my books, from one of my stories, and correct them as I go. I record this. So, while it is happening, I will be ignoring the chat. Anything said will be addressed once the recording is done. Yeah. So I'm going to start now to ensure I have the time to go through everything. By confirming microphone is on, turning off desktop audio, I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. You'll make you can make them here. I will just react to them once I'm done with the recording. These usually take between 15 and 20 minutes. So, but yeah. If you want to do them through Discord, you are welcome to do so. Time. Okay. All right. So, confirming microphone is off, turning off desktop audio, confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing Chapter 8 of The Technician's Fight. With a scream of frustration, Jeremy let go of the bar and sat. He couldn't get his machine to increase the weights until he had to work at it. The sensors adjusted everything to maintain his endurance. That was a flaw in the design he never saw coming. He didn't want to work out for minutes before he felt the strain. He needed it immediately. I looked at the room's entrance, hoping to see a stalker, to have someone to chase and force a confrontation with. He wanted a fight. With a disgusted snarl at his machine that attracted curious and concerned looks, he laughed. What he needed was to go to the hunters section and find one of them to punch. But his instructor had been clear that he could only go there under her supervision and that she would only allow his official training to occur. That left him a gym Kelsarians exercised by fighting, so they'd be able to take what he needed to dish out, hopefully. His tablet guided him to the closest one, where half the exercise mats were occupied by pairs of Kelsarians and half those numbers watching. One of them noticed him, and two approached. Technician Jeremy Bradshaw, the woman said, "Can we assist you?" He reined in his frustration-fueled anger as much as he could. "I need to work off some anger. I'm hoping someone here is willing to fight with me, so—" "We don't fight here," the guy with her said. Took a few breaths before he trusted himself to answer. "Exercise. That's a lot like how we fight back on Earth. I'm having a bad day and I just need to burn this anger." Burn off. To burn off this anger. The man repeated what he said in Kelsarian, and Jeremy realized the woman didn't understand English. So many people around him did, he forgot. There were others on the ship without a reason to learn it. "I can think of a better way too," she started. "He's an earther," the man cut her off. "He's the captain's heart." Her expression made it clear she didn't understand why that mattered, but she didn't say anything. He might have punched her if she had. What happened here? "Oh, I can exercise with you," she said, "but I don't do so with claws." She raised her hands, and he realized she had gloves on. They were open at the palm, but the fingertips were covered. He looked at his gloved hand and took them off. It was so natural to wear them now it was odd not to. He left them with his jacket on a shelf by the mat. The coolness wouldn't bother him for long. "If I hit you too hard," he said, "let me know. Try to make this smile pleasant. I'm really hoping you can take what I need to dish out." The guy translated and she nodded. She came at him too fast to react in time, and he gasped from the punch at his side. "I'm sorry," she said. "I didn't think it would hurt you this much." "It's okay. I can take it." The man translated, and she looked dubious. He attacked her, and she blocked. He dodged her attack, and she barely reacted to the punch in her stomach. The block of her return slap staggered him, but as she stepped away, he attacked. He needed to get in the hits more than received them. That meant not giving her time to catch her breath. Her defense quickly turned sloppy, but her worry wasn't overly fearful. His punches weren't particularly effective. He caught black, brown, and white at the corner of his eyes. His glance in that direction was interrupted by her shoulder impacting his chest and sending him off his feet. He was certain he'd seen the glaring out of Gralgaran's friend as it happened, but he hadn't been able to turn fully. Good thing, he thought as he caught his breath. If he'd locked eyes with him, the guy would have run off. "How can you fight so long?" she asked, panting hard. He could still make him out by the entrance. "Human. We have endurance where you have strength." He acted up the pain slightly as he groaned. "But that shoulder hits too much for me." He sat while the guy translated. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hit you so hard. I just couldn't. It's okay. I told you I can't take it, but I think I'm done." He stood and didn't look toward the entrance. "Thank you for letting me do this. I feel better." He put his jacket on and took his tablet. The gym had private exercise rooms. If he had any chance of doing what Gralgaran had suggested, he needed to lure Tome Remortoral into one of them. If nothing else, he'd be able to scream at the guy without anyone else staring. He walked away from the entrance and hoped his stalker would follow. The first room in the side corridor was available, and Jeremy reserved it. The door was a little further from the turn than he'd like, but he'd make it work. He set this side of the door to open with proximity and pressed himself against the wall. He wished he could access the cameras and confirm he was still being stalked. The gym was a public space, so it was under surveillance, but he was a civilian, so lacked the authority to access them. Gralgaran had told him how anyone involved with security could review the public feed. That implied special permission was needed to look at the private one, which implied the existence of private surveillance. He'd have to ask about that at some point. A head poked around the corner, and Jimmy grabbed the guy before the fur color registered. He pulled him and flung him through the opening door, satisfied it was the right colors, and followed the guy in. closing the door with a slap on the control. Okay, this has gone on long enough. He couldn't lock the door, but so long as he kept him away from the control, they were staying here until this was resolved. The sense he'd gotten of the guy's physicality was that he wasn't particularly strong. It probably meant stronger than Jeremy, but hopefully he didn't exercise enough to be a good fighter. He was confident that with the hunter training he'd received, he could hold out against a Kelsarian who only exercised occasionally. Tomirimo Toral finished searching for another way out and glared at him. You think I'm scared of you? You're fucking scared of me enough not to confront me with whatever your problem is. My problem? Hi, I certainly am now. This is too verbose for a state of mind. I'm not the one spending the last months stalking around and glaring at me instead of throwing me in a room so I'll have no choice but to explain myself. No, you're the one who gets to enjoy a wonderful male, keep him to himself like you're Arali Deremis Tokoran on his worst day. I have no idea who that is, and I'm not keeping him from you. Oh, no, you aren't. Oh, okay. Oh, no, you aren't. He said in a mocking tone, you and your monogamy don't care who Growl spends time with. What the fuck are you talking about? You think I don't know how you force him to be with you and just with you? I'm not forcing him to anything. Tomirimo Toral snorted. You think you're so fucking amazing in his bed no one else gets to enjoy him? That is not how I want this to finish, but this is the only thing the characters cooperated with. I'm hoping that in the second draft, basically this for how I need things to progress, how I want things to progress. I need the characters to turn physical, not a punch and claw kind of thing, but I need them to come close. I need this to go from physical, like arguing, to physical intimate. Like them close to each other. But they wouldn't cooperate, and I believe I was writing that after another chapter, and that's all the time I had. But this kind of worked, but I'm going to have to expand on it. But for now, that ends chapter 8 of Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to listen to these live, no, if you want to read this, it is available on Ream Story. And if you want to listen to these live, it's on Twitch and YouTube every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Notes are in the links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Lapin, 106 words, the anecdotes of the artistocracy. Congratulations, James. All right. And consider yourself hugged back, James. Hey, Reject! Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Living the dream or something like that. Well, so long as it's not the nightmare, you're good. Actually, Patreon locked away one of my chapters for not fitting the guidelines. So that's a problem since it's chapter 84 out of 111, and there's nothing I can do to unlock it. Unless I'm willing to outright change what the chapter's about. Alrighty. And I will start on another chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio, I will confirm I am on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar the Tigerites, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we're doing Chapter 9 of The Technician's Fight. Update, he tapped on his tablet. Let's start this. I'm going to need it. He tapped on his tablet, not paying attention to the Carcetorans arguing in front of the adjudicators. He's at the gym, talking with a pair there. That was good. Him interacting with people on the ship would strengthen his position that Jeremy wasn't suffering from anything or being held against his will, which could have been brought up if, as Gargaran had worried, his heart decided to stay in their home working on one of his projects. What he and his betas had realized was that they lacked information on the Earthers what he and his betas had realized was that they lacked information on the Earth. They lacked too much information on the Earthers to plan an effective attack. All they knew for certain was that they were willing to lower themselves to Tahornian's levels of duplicity to get what they were after. They'd decided that if they couldn't plan for an attack, anticipating theirs was the best course to take. With Jeremy not being in the assigned quarters on the station, the Earthers would accuse him of preventing them from getting the truth from him. The Earthers would accuse him of... no, not that. Because there's going to be a session after that with Jeremy, so that's not valid. They would accuse him of holding him against his will. The fact that, as with the previous time, they weren't to confront the Earthers together as per Earth's demand wouldn't matter to them. So, he'd preemptively given his security beta access to the private security room. He didn't want to risk Jeremy going somewhere private, keeping him from responding, preventing a proper response to the Earthers' accusation. As an added precaution against the Earthers' duplicity, he had his investigation pack hack their ship system so they'd get warning of their next attempt at duplicity. I don't need this one. Of their next attempt. The Carcetorans grew silent, and the adjudicators rendered their judgment. Neither was happy. Gargaran hoped for a better resolution for the situation the Earthers were forcing on him. He's exercising with the female from the pair, appeared as he was called. That could be a problem but nothing he could do. But one he could do nothing about. He put his tablet away and headed to the central table, as the Earthers did the same. That exercising would look like Jeremy was fighting with someone on his ship to the Earthers. Hopefully, one of them was sufficiently knowledgeable with Kelsarian exercises to accept his explanation. As the Earther took their seat, one of the adjudicator... Okay, I'm going to... the other... Ridoshi adjudicator stood. It is Ridoshi, right? Yep. The other Ridoshi educators stood, ceding their seat to an elderly Kelsarians in adjudicator robes. More than the age of the male, the fact there was a change in adjudicator uh, made him wonder. Okay, this is more than the age of the male. The fact that there was a change caught his attention. Caught his attention. As far as he was aware, adjudicator boards didn't change until the shift was over, and they all retired for new ones to take their place. The Earthers didn't pay attention to it. He tried to find Jeremy's father among them, but all Jeremy had been able to tell him was that he had brown eyes, salt and pepper hair, was in his late 50s and slightly overweight. All the pictures of his family were on the tablet that had remained on Einstein's station. Maybe he wasn't even there. Jeremy was who they could expect him to be effective against. This adjudication is in session, the Kelsatoran adjudicator said. The Earther government against the Kelsarian captain Gargaran Sel El Ravnir. The Kelsarian captain is represented in person. The Earther government is represented by Carl Munro. The claim is the unjustified holding of an Earth citizen by a Kelsarian. The Earthers can make their case. Thank you, your honored adjudicator, the Earther representative said, standing. In federalized so crisp, Gargaran wondered if they'd gotten one of the station's mentalists to teach it to them. I want to start by making it clear that we aren't accusing the captain of any wrongdoing, that we believe he acted in what he felt was the best interest of someone he believed cared for him. Believed cared for him? The Kelsarian educator said, it is my understanding they are hearts. That the captain believed they are, adjudicator, the Earthers countered. Heart is not a matter of belief. But those involved have to be of right mind to make that claim, do they not? They both have to be sane. The Earther glanced. The Earther's glance in Gargaran's direction was furtive, while two of the 6 others outright looked at him, as if expecting a reaction. Maybe they didn't know the leadership had warned him of the charges. Maybe, based on their previous interaction with them, they were under the impression the leadership was willing to sacrifice him to avoid having part of the blame fall on them. Sanity of Kelsarian, Jeremy Bradshaw, the Ridoshi educator said, established. The result of analysis of Earther caused mind torture. Produced report to state of sanity prior to torture? Ridoshi's fluid mindset meant they never spoke with certainty. Gargaran did his best to not have to deal with them. Yes, the Ryosef educator replied. As part of establishing the damage caused by the torture, the Viper's Bane psychologist provided a report on the Kelsarian citizen. No indicator of insanity were found. Yes, the Earther said. I don't doubt that. Then what is the basis of your claim? The Tahornian adjudicator asked. That while Jeremy Bradshaw is sane now, he wasn't when he initially demanded to be taken in by the Kelsarian. The past is not subject to adjudication, the Ryosef stated. It is if it has an impact on the present. If it has an impact on the present, it is, the Earther said, as per provision D29B83. That the educator had to pull out their tablets showed how deep the provision was, reinforcing that the Earthers had an ally with better understanding of the Federation procedures than even the appointed adjudicators. Maybe even one of them. His most likely candidate was the Tahornian. Provision found, the Ridoshi stated. Old, but never contested, the Kelsarian educator said. The Earther representative can continue making his case. Thank you, Your Honor. He looked at Gargaran. Captain, how would you describe Jeremy's behavior while on your ship? Professional, dedicated, hard-working, he answered without hesitation. How about his behavior while in your presence? He narrowed his eyes, flexing his claws under the table. Your Honor, Earther said, may I have permission to treat the captain as a hostile witness? There is no fighting. in the education chamber, the Rusev declared, taking the Earther by surprise. I apologize. Maybe the expression doesn't carry over to federalize? As the captain isn't answering my question, I ask permission to narrow my questions so he won't be able to avoid answering or give evading answers. Captain, the Kelserian educator said, you will answer the Earther representative. Jeremy was uncomfortable in my presence. He knew better than to add his explanations, it would be dismissed by the educator and have him and make him look like he was trying to defend himself. The Earther consulted his tablet. Uncomfortable? Wouldn't it be more accurate to say erratic, that he screamed at you to leave him alone? It happened once. He answered as the Kelserian educator opened his mouth to order him. Jeremy had considered the doctor who treated him as a friend. It made sense he would have confided in him how he felt about Gralgran's presence. Didn't you think it was indicative of him not wanting to be there? I considered an indication he didn't like that I intruded into his territory. I'm sorry. Is this another expression that doesn't carry over? Jeremy was my ship's engineer for the duration. He replied, keeping his voice flat. Engineering was his territory. My presence there might have been interpreted to be a lack of confidence in his ability. You're making a supposition, Captain. I'm telling you what my engineer has screamed at me more than once. Still, the Earther said, sounding unsure this time, it does show that Jeremy's behavior didn't have the stability he was known for. I have reports from his superior noting that Jeremy is one of the most emotionally stable persons she's had working under her, that even in life or death situation, he retains a level-headedness that lets him deal with the situation rationally and solve the problem. Since demanding you take him on, that has Jeremy showed that kind of level-headedness? Yes. Representative, the Terranian educator said, you are establishing that the Kelserian citizen doesn't meet the requirement for being considered insane. What are you doing? There was a hiss under the words. Gralgran had learned to associate with Terhornians being annoyed. I am establishing what Jeremy is like when sane, Your Honor. His erratic behavior when working on the captain's ship doesn't match that. First time meeting other species. The Redoshi educator said, for someone who can remain emotionally stable while disarming an antimatter reactor in the process of overloading? The Earther countered. This establishes that Jeremy Bradshaw was not sane when he requested to be taken in by the captain. I find it convenient, the Kerseteran educator said. This claim of insanity is passing, lasting only the duration of the incident you disagree with. Captain, was Jeremy Bradshaw checked out by your medical staff after joining your ship? Yes. Was he treated for anything? I don't know. I provided documentation from Jeremy Bradshaw's doctor going back to when he was first diagnosed, that he is afflicted with encephalothromytapyl-darnemal. That is a medical condition we Earthers don't have a cure for. The best we can provide those suffering from it is ongoing treatment to keep the symptoms under control. As you can read, one of the effects of not treating it is a deterioration of cognitive faculties. We discovered after the fact that Jeremy stopped taking his medication a few days before the captain arrived at the station requesting assistance. It is entirely possible that Kelserian's medicine has a cure for the condition and that they administered it without realizing what they were curing, since they didn't have the complete medical information on his species. I'm not a medic, Gralgran answered when the Earther looked at him. He nodded as if that was the answer he'd wanted. We can't go back and test Jeremy's state of mind during the incident, the Earther said. And it has most likely been cured now. So all we are all we have left, all we are left with, all we have left is his behavior during that time frame. A behavior that has been documented by his friends, his superiors, and the station's commanding officer, all of which indicate that there was something not entirely right in how Jeremy Bradshaw behaved in the days leading to him demanding to be taken in by the captain. If Kelsarian citizen Jeremy Bradshaw now sane, the ROSF educator said, he can make claim now and be valid. That isn't acceptable, the author said. He's been exposed to Kelsarian culture for more than a year now. Even without meaning to, they can have polluted his mind with beliefs and behaviors, plural, that no human would ever consider engaging in. In fact, when he presents himself before this board, I plan on showing that the earther to his left drew his attention to the tablet in his hands. Where's Jeremy Bradshaw? The person asked. On my ship, Gagarin replied before one of the educators could ask why the representative knew Jeremy was in the provided quarters. Federation protocols required that the people to come before the board be housed on the station where the education takes place. Captain, the Kelsarian educator said, why are you breaking protocol? The last time Jeremy came to this station, while an Earther ship was docked, he was kidnapped and tortured. I considered it prudent not to allow this to happen again. That isn't how this goes, the Earther snapped. If he isn't going to respect the protocol, he's forfeiting the case. Earther representative, be calm. Precedent for safety measures exist. Yes, the Kelsarian representative said. Concession can be made when there is concern for the safety of one of the parties, but I don't think this warrants it. My government gave me authority to keep Jeremy safe, Gagarin said. Feel free to check with them. The educators looked at each other. That doesn't matter, the Earther said. It doesn't matter who gave him permission. For all I know, they have him locked in a room, training him for the answers he's going to give. Why would the captain need to do such a thing if the Kelsarian Jeremy Bradshaw is sane, as you claim? The Tauronian educator asked. Why should I know how he thinks? How about he brings Jeremy here right now so we can judge for ourselves? No, but I can show you he's fine. We can't trust video feeds. You made that claim, Captain. I can't trust recordings of the events, he replied. But the Earther representative makes a point that you can show us what you want us to see, the Kelsarian educator said. Captain, the Kelsarian educator said, you will hand over control of your ship's surveillance to this board for the duration needed to establish that technician Jeremy Bradshaw is not being held against his will in any capacity. He activated the comm. Beta, Batrix sells their bills? Jezbil. Captain, you are to transfer control to the education board. I don't think that's a good idea. Beta, the Kelsarian educator said, cutting into what should have been a private link. This is adjudicator Baristramiral for Teroya Grimar. You will hand over control of this board, or your captain, and his ship will face serious repercussion. Am I being understood? Yes, adjudicator. Transferring control over now. The view that appeared in the center of the chamber was that of one of the exercising room, by the large mart covering most of the floor. On the opposite end of the camera, two forms were on the mat. Jeremy, by the lack of fur, and someone under him. What are they doing to him? The Earther demanded. Exercising. Gagarin replied as the view shifted closer and he realized he was wrong. A detail he'd missed previously was how much skin was exposed. All of it. Jeremy was naked, with someone's leg over his shoulders and thrusting hard. Oh, someone said. What the fuck? One of the Earthers said. The color pattern of the fur was quite familiar to him and he smiled. The angles changed, showing that Tom was also naked, and with how matted the fur on his stomach was, he was enjoying this as much as Gagarin did. When he told Jeremy to have he'd have to corner Tome to resolve this? He hadn't expected things to go in that direction. The image vanished as Tome's arm reached around Jeremy's neck. Oh. Okay. All right. I see why my co-scriptor thought. Okay. All right. I need, yes. Okay. This is too vague. The Kelsarian educator said, surprised. What the fuck? One of the authors said the color pattern first was quite familiar, and he smiled. Um. Uh. Ba, 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 ba. The image vanished as Tom's arm reached around him. Oh, the educator said, breathless, this is just too much. Yes, finally, one of you admits that is wrong. The triumph in the Earther's voice surprised Gregoron. Wrong? The Terhornian asked. You heard him? He pointed to the Kelsarian educator, who looked like he'd run too much for his age. The male chuckled. You misunderstood my reaction. At my age, that is excitement I need to build up to slowly. That was, he smiled, quite a shock. No, that was wrong. We don't do that. They're forcing that on him. Nothing I saw indicated the other was forcing this, the Terhornian educator said. The position seemed to indicate that the Kelsarian, Jeremy Bradshaw, is in control of the sex happening. This establishes Kelsarian Jeremy Bradshaw willing Kelsarian? The Redoshi educator said. I believe it does. The Kelsarian educator said. No, this isn't over. I demand to talk to Jeremy Bradshaw. You will have your chance, Representative, the Terhornian educator said. But this was about establishing if the Kelsarian Jeremy Bradshaw wanted to be Kelsarian. The actions show he does. No, they don't. They've brainwashed him into thinking that's right. Have him bring Jeremy here, and I'll prove it to you. Kelsarian Jeremy Bradshaw will present himself when requested by the board, the Riosef educator stated. They looked at the others. We'll determine time and contact parties. You can go. Gregoron fought not to run, both because it would be inappropriate and because he wanted to give Jeremy and Tome time to enjoy each other. And that concludes Chapter 9 of The Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe, hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. And thank you very much for the raise, Kaz. Welcome to the stream. 103 words, James, Anecdotes of the Artistocracy. Congratulations. I need to remember to drink. Uh, oh, you are welcome, Kaz. How are you doing today? How was your stream? And consider yourself hugged back, James. Uh, reading an English old novel for kindergarten as a learning session for Japanese people. Oh, cool. Da, 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 da. Here, because there's italics. July 8th becomes 10th. Huh. I'm realizing I forgot something. righty. All right, I am going to do another chapter by starting with confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 10 of The Technician's Fight. Jeremy stared at the ceiling, trying to work out how this had happened. There had been screaming, insults, and accusation. He didn't remember when he'd grabbed the Kelsarians by the vest and then slammed him against the wall. He'd been shoved, had sent him on his back, straddled him, intent on... He hadn't been thinking. He just wanted to get something out of his system. Sex wasn't what he'd expected to happen. The nose rubbed against his neck as Tomiri Mortoral let out a pleased sound. The finger made circles on Jeremy's stomach. He certainly hadn't expected how much sex had happened. Kelsarian's short refractory period had meant that once Tomiri Mortoral had fucked him, Jeremy had returned the favor, and then the guy had been ready and more than willing to go again. As had he. Fuck. What did it say about him? That all it had taken was to be alone with someone who stalked him to cheat on his heart. What was he supposed to say? This is going to be trailing off. The arm over him tightened. Yeah. Tomiri Mortoral whispered, then licked the lobe of his ear. Jimmy shivered. He couldn't want this again. It had been the heat of the moment, a way to let out his anger and frustration. It was over. He'd burnt it off. He couldn't want to have sex with him again. He was Gralgaron's. He was his heart's. He was with Greg. He was his heart's. With this can't... The nip made him gasp. It's real. Tomiri Mortoral whispered. Jeremy laughed. He knew it was real. There was no denying what he'd done. He just hoped Guggeron would believe him when he explained how it had happened, that he hadn't meant for it to happen. We can't do... The door opened, and Jeremy sat in surprise. He was certain he'd locked it. He hadn't wanted anyone to walk in on him screaming. Okay, the door can't lock. Huh. Okay. I hadn't expected anyone to come in now if the screaming and the rest hadn't drawn anyone's attention. He glanced for his shirt, for his pants or shirt, or Tomiri Tommy Mortorals, anything to cover himself, then saw who was advancing in his direction and hurried to his feet, ready to explain this had been an accident. Gradgrind hugged him tightly, and Jeremy had no idea what to make of what his heart said. I'm so happy. Did he think he'd gotten here in time to prevent what had happened? Kelsarian's sense of smell was better than his, so there was no way he could miss what clung to him. A furred body pressed against him, and Gregorion's arm shifted. Jeremy found himself held between the two of them and still couldn't figure out what was happening. When Gregorion finally pulled away slightly, Jeremy thought he'd get to explain, to find something to convince his heart this wasn't what it looked like, but the joy in Gregorion's eyes stopped him. I'm so glad you two were able to work this out. Tomirimor Toral nuzzled Jeremy's neck. I know why you never felt the need to have sex with anyone else now. None of that, Gregorion said gently. I was respecting Jer, not pushing you away. He leaned in and rubbed nuzzled with his friend. Jeremy pushed away. What's going on? What are you doing here? You're supposed to be on the station. That's why... Fuck, that sounded like he counted on him being away. Wanted him to be away so he could cheat on him. How did you know where we were? Had he planned this? Had they? Was this... He didn't know what it might be, but it couldn't be good. They looked at him, arms still around each other's waist. Tomirimor Toral was definitely enjoying it. It's okay, Jer. I know, because the Earthers accused me of holding you against your will when they found out you weren't in our assigned quarters on the station. To prove that it wasn't true, I had the feed broadcasted there. Actually. Adjudicator board, because that's the thing. Like he was ordered to. He may have planned to do it, but he was ordered to do it. Broadcast your feed there, so they could verify it wasn't true. Let's see. It's okay, Jer. I know, because the Earthers accused me of holding you against your will when they found out you weren't in our assigned quarters on the station. The adjudicator board, that's not capitalized, ordered me to broadcast your feed there so they could verify it wasn't true. You were fucking Tom, and he was enjoying it. Tomirimor Toral chuckled. That must have gone over well with them. I'm sure they're going to make a big deal out of it when we're called back. Jeremy stared at them. They'd been shown fucking, and they were talking like it meant nothing. The humans had seen him fuck. I'd seen him fuck another guy, and oh fuck, the humans had seen him fucking another guy. He realized he was looking for an escape when he felt the arms around him. Jer, it's okay. I'm not mad. You did nothing wrong. He fought to get out of the hole. Let go of me, Esau. Calm down, Jer. It's okay. They don't matter. Jeremy shoved. Are you fucking crazy? My dad saw me fucking another guy. Like what he thinks. Not now, Tom. Jeremy Gagran kept looking at Jeremy. He can't hurt you. You know I won't let them. Who you are, what you did, it's normal. Normal? Jeremy thought he was heading toward hysteria. I had sex with your friend, your best friend. He noticed Tomirimor Toral's confusion, but his attention was on Gralgaron, waiting for the sign of anger to appear now that he'd voiced his betrayal. Instead, he saw tenderness. You did nothing wrong, Jer. He was before him, hands gently cupping his face. You did nothing wrong. I don't understand, he whispered. He betrayed his heart, with his best friend on top of that. That makes two of us, Tomirimor Toral said. Galgran nodded. How about you get dressed and the three of us go home so we can be comfortable while I explain it? Home would be good, Jeremy said. So, Galgran said that the still of a movie on the wall showing three naked Kerseterons in a bedroom. By the bed in a bedroom. I don't need to do. An aroused male stretched on the bed, and two, and with two females of it frozen. Okay. Okay. So, Gagarin said, the still of a movie on the wall showing three naked Khacetterons in a bedroom. An aroused male stretched on the bed with two females at the foot of it, frozen at the start of what might be a physically violent argument. That's the situation Jared thinks we're in. Jeremy held the bowl of ice cream to his chest at the mention of his part in all this. Gurgran had handed it to him as soon as he'd been out of the sex-smelling clothing, but before he could run to hide in the toilet, he'd guided him and also naked Tomiri Mortoral to the couch before undressing and returning with two smaller tubs, handing one to his friend before sitting on Jeremy's other side. Those aren't human, he said. Thought it would be less triggering if we didn't use Earther romances as part of my explanation. Growl, I didn't mean to. The smile stopped him. The tenderness in the expression. You did nothing wrong, Jer. Wanted to scream he'd betrayed him, but instead Jeremy put a spoonful of vanilla ice cream in his mouth. He'd said he would listen, but it was difficult. How do you have Khacetteron's romance, Growl? Tomiri Mortoral asked. That's not a romance. And the last time we were here, I bought a full catalog of movies from every species to see how they handle relationships. He licked the iced, whatever it was in his bowl. Tomiri Mortoral licked the ice, whatever it was that was in his bowl. Please tell me this isn't going to be as long as the Earther one you tried to torture me with. Jeremy had tried it, and the best description he could come up with was frozen pureed raw meat. Utterly horrible. Turns out Ridoshis are the only one with ballads close to ours in length, but I've yet to make sense of any of those I've tried watching. Look, the important thing is that this is a reasonably accurate analog of what Jeremy thinks is happening here. I don't know what to think anymore, he said, then hid behind eating more ice cream. Gagarin nuzzled him and continued. Khacetterons don't do monogamy the way Earthers do, but they have a contracted system that establishes who someone is mated to and what liberties they can take. Sounds complex for nothing. Tomiri said. Different species, different society. Basically, the two females are mated. The male is the one on the male is on the one on the left. Okay, I'm not entirely sure the exact nature of their bond. They aren't mated and they aren't having sex, but they are close. So as close of an analog. So as close to an analog of. Come on, where the hell am I? What's going on with Microsoft? As close to an analog of best friend as I can think of here. The contract doesn't allow her to have sex with him, which is what they were doing when she walked in, hence the anger. Tomiri Mortoral looked at Jeremy, who sunk in himself as much as he could, then to Gagarin. I don't get it. Tom, I explained about Earther's monogamy. You know he did, Jeremy muttered, remembering the guy throwing the word as an insult. You forced me to watch Earthers not doing anything for half an hour, Growl. Then I lost track of how long two of them courting, and then something like that. You said monogamy in there was something Earthers do. I'd pretty much zoned out by then to avoid inviting just Billian in. Then here I go again, without distraction this time. Monogamy is the Earthers' word for relationship. They only do it as a male and female. I'm not going into the how it can vary, Tom. That's going to be a distraction. Just know that in the end, it's one male and one female and only them. When you say only them, you mean sexually. Yes. Tommy Rimotoral stared at Jeremy. How can you do that? I remember someone saying he understood how Graal didn't need to go to you for sex anymore. There's Burns. For Earthers, having sex outside of that relationship is wrong. If they do it with someone their partner knows, the better they know them, the more wrong it is. That doesn't make sense. If they both know him, it's better because then we can. That's our way of thinking about it, Tom. Earthers don't see it that way. So you think that the sex we had in the gym is wrong? In the gym's wrong? Tommy Remortoral asked in disbelief. Yes, no! Jeremy closed his eyes. I don't know, okay? The hand on his leg squeezed tenderly. You did nothing wrong, Jer. He glared. You keep saying that, but that's not how it feels to me. I'm your mate. I basically promised you I'd be faithful the same way you basically did the same. And before you claim otherwise, you basically said you haven't had sex with anyone but me since we've been together. So you were faithful. Something else Tom had said resurfaced, an accusation that Jeremy had forced this on Gralgaron. He looked at Tomiro Toral, who winced. Gral, I think I'm going to head home. You don't have to, Tom. We can... This is being interrupted. I'm tired. Believe it or not, I'm not used to this level of excitement. Contact me after my shift. The look he gave Jeremy was penitent as he put his pants on, and he laughed. I'm not sure what that's about, Jer. Kerrigan said, I thought we'd... Without asking me. What? He had difficulty keeping his tone even. You did this without asking me. I didn't exactly have time to plan, showing you aren't talking about the ballot. All this, Growl. You fucking did all this without asking me if I was okay with it. He saw the realization sink in. I was trying to make things easier on you. And you didn't think to ask if that's what I wanted? Growl stared. Would you have been okay with me having sex with my friends? I don't know. I can't know if I would have or if I would have had or if it would have been something we needed to work through because you didn't give me the option. You did the same thing Omar did with me on Einstein. You took away my choice. Gergan's ears folded back, accentuating the look of horror. I didn't mean to. I just thought it would be easier on you. I was the only one for you then, and okay, that's not. I was the only one you could go to then, and I was terrified you'd be scared off if you knew we saw sex differently. You had that little faith in me? No, but you were alone and I... You looked away. It was all I could think to do to keep you safe. The shame in the tone dampened most of Jeremy's anger. Okay. I was something of a wreck back then, but you could have said something later. When we got comfortable being naked in public would have been a good time to bring it up. I wasn't thinking about it anymore at that point. Gergran shook his head. No, that's not right. I wasn't thinking about it being my responsibility. I was waiting for you to do something, well, like this. I figured that as you saw how we are, that you'd realize there was nothing wrong with enjoying sex with others you care about. And my complete discomfort when I mentioned Turek sneaking up with someone else? I figured it meant you weren't ready yet. Jeremy let out a breath and dropped the nearly empty bowl on the low table. This can't happen again, growled. His heart nodded without looking at him. I'm serious. My entire life, other people have been making decisions about how I was going to live without me realizing it. Just not too long ago, I had a program put in my head telling me how much I was supposed to hate you. You decided I needed to be a hunter without checking in with me. I told you it was do it or be locked in the ship even when I can help on a hunt. He raised a hand to stop the reply. And I'm not actually mad about that one. Your points had validity, but it's part of a pattern, Growl. You might be well intentioned, but you're making decisions about how I'm going to live my life instead of letting me make those decisions. I'm sorry. I'm just saying this can't happen again. I can't be someone you order around because you think you know best. Yes, you're the captain and alpha. Yes, you have many more years of experience living this kind of life than I do. But I need to be able to make those decisions even if I end up screwing up. I'd rather you be there to catch me falling than prevent me from climbing. I will. I will always be there for you, Jer. And I'll be there whenever you need me. I'll always need you. Jeremy kissed his heart. Jer, Gary whispered about when they broke apart, about Tom. You miss him, don't you? He's not you. I don't love him the way I love you, but yes, I miss him. I've known him for so long. He's been at my side through so much. You said you weren't his for me to steal. I'm not, Jer. We aren't like that. We don't do monogamy. We don't even have a word for being that exclusive. We share ourselves with those we care about. But if you tell me not to, I won't. Jer, I don't want you to. Growl, you ask me if I'd be okay with it. You're giving me the choice. I can't tell you what I would have said then, but you ask me if I'd be okay with it if you'd given me the choice. I can't tell you what I would have said back then. Back then, but you're giving me the choice now, and I'm telling you that I'm okay with it. He pushed the fear down. That was a human thing. Decades of indoctrination by human society. He trusted Gralgaran. He trusted his love. He'd be there no matter what. Thank you. Gralgaran kissed him. And that concludes chapter 10 of The Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. If you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. And I'm realizing I need to check something, but that'll be after this. Lapin, James, 166 words. The anecdotes of the artistocracy. Congratulations, James. Okay, 10 becomes 12. You are welcome, and consider yourself hugged back. I need to go here. That. Go here. Okay, that is interesting. Patreon is not there. I'm gonna have to. Well, at least this ensures that going forward, the chapters will have all the information. Da, 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 da. Okay. All right. Well, that is done. All right. Hey, Sklo Gamer, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Indeed, it has been a while. What have you been up to? Oh, writing, getting reviews from community members. Oh, congratulations. Getting reviews is not an easy thing to get, so congratulations if you're getting some. What am I working on? This morning, I am doing read and corrects, which is basically editing. I'm editing the chapters I wrote last week. And right now, I am trying to update. Oh, there we go. Replace. Thank you. Oh, really? Okay, I didn't know I had to do that. That's new. But yeah, it's there we go. You like my sci-fi? Thank you. Download a sci-fi book on Kindle at 2 a.m. about lynx and human romance. Huh. Lynx is a beast. Yeah, lynx. That's okay. It's done. All right. So yeah, 76. Alrighty. I am going to start on another chapter by confirming microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the Scroll Gamer. While I'm doing the read and correct, I am recording it, so I'll be ignoring the chat. So whatever is said, I'll address it once I'm done. So yep, I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Knights, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you want to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 76 of Stepping Wild. Tibbs crouched on the roof within the chimney's stretching shadow and looked over the plaza. The etching wrapped around him ensured none of the roof watchers looking his way could make him out. He would have preferred pulling off this demonstration in a market, because those had more people more people to watch it, to watch it, and then talk about it. To watch and then talk about it. But with the caravan in the city, the only busy market was theirs, and he didn't want to give the people in charge excuses to harass them, since it was how the weapons he'd weakened arrived. He was sure they were already going to try to blame them for it, but this was where having their own guards protecting that cargo would keep the caravan leader from shouldering the blame. This plaza was nearly in the center of the city, to the side of the intersection of the road crossing it from sunset to sunrise, and one going from the transportation platform to the warehouse areas by the city wall. He thought that before travel to the city was restricted, this had been a market, one of the road headed for an artisan neighborhood, another eventually reached the offices handling merchant permit. Now, trees provided shade and benches, places for people to sit and rest before proceeding. A few taverns had tables around their doors, and some took tankards to shaded benches to enjoy them. Instead of booths, people walked among the wary travelers, offering trinkets and small things to eat. Anytime a guard noticed one, they chased them off as if they were miscreants, indeed of enterprising citizens. A few of the guard turned a blind eye to them, and Tibbs thought better of those. Unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to keep them from the coming humiliation he was about to administer. They, like the other guards out of the local guardhouse, had the weakened weapons and armor. He didn't have the time to look for another place. The demonstration needed to happen before someone realized their weapons were fragile. Another thing going for this plaza was that the young copper-haired hunter wasn't there. So much for her having worked out his plans. An air etching sent him over the plaza as if he'd run to the edge, and a lone attentive guard pointed to him from the ground while one of the roof watchers let an arrow loose. Tibbs caused it to miss him and landed with a flourish that had his colorful cloak bellowing around him, catching another arrow aimed for his chest. "Good day, citizens," he greeted the fleeing people. "I am so glad to see many of you doing your part to maintain the economy of this fine city." He threw silvers in the air and dispersed them with an etching. "Let me help, even if those in power won't let the recipient of your business benefit any more than needed to keep you all under their heels." He dug the guard's swing. "If you'll excuse me, it seems that said heel isn't pleased with me." He sidestepped the thrust, then stepped back to keep another guard from crowding him. He couldn't simply take a strike and have the sword shatter. The nimble roamer had never taken the guards on in a fight. He was about putting on a show, humiliating the guards as they tried to prevent him from escaping. For this to turn into a fight, he needed the guards to force the issue, and they were happy to do so. He dodged another attack, then ran for the closest alley, laughing and throwing disparaging comment on his attacker's competency. Ugh. The arrow that landed at his feet caused him to stumble, then throw himself out of the way of the next one before he ran for the alley again. Before he ran for the alley again, a handful of roof watchers dropped, blocking it. Their weapons weren't weakened, so he had to be careful, but it would only serve to add to the effect once Tibbs had to defend himself. He let them hurt him, but tried for another escape, only for an arrow to barely miss him, forcing him back toward them. He dodged a polearm thrust, then leaped over an eager guard, only to have to sidestep another swing and find himself with his back to an open cart. He intercepted a roof watcher's attack aimed for his head with a wooden box from back to a box filled open cart. He intercepted a roof watcher's attack aimed for his head with a wooden box, and it shattered from the impact. He caught the metal plate that fell and deflected that attacker's swing with it. A kick sent the man away, letting a guard approach, the sword overhead and already coming down. He raised the plate, cringing, as if he didn't think it would be enough to save him. The impact was strong enough, it traveled along his arms. His arm No, okay. But instead of cutting through the plate, the woman stumbled, off balance from the strength of her swing, looking at the shattered metal jutting from the guard. Shards of metal rained down. He straightened, affecting a surprised expression to match the others, frozen, watching them. He looked at his dented plate with the same disbelief she had, looking at with the same disbelief she was looking at her broken sword. Only he smiled and hit her across the face with it, shattering everyone's surprise and restarting the fight. He used it to block a roof watcher's thrust, stepping out of the way of the point when it went through. With a twist, he wrenched the sword out of the woman's hand and threw both away. He dodged attacks as he ran for the cart. He leaped on and kicked boxes at the guards trying to follow him there. In the process, he uncovered a box the length of his arm containing 2 metal candelabras, by what he sensed. He jumped over the guard, climbing on the cart, reinforcing the candelabras. He raised the box to block the guard's swing. The wood and sword shattered. He cut the candelabras and smacked the surprised guard into retreating. He rushed for another alley, but guards cut him off. I don't need from it. But guards cut him off. He blocked a swing, looking away to keep the shards out of his face. He danced around surprised, impaired swing, grinning. It seemed that you need a new blacksmith. He ducked under a roof watcher's swing, then planted the end of the candelabra into her stomach. He blocked another roof watcher's attack, catching the blade into the candle's end. He looked at it as he twisted to keep the man from pulling it out. Perhaps you can give these guards the name of your blacksmith. It looks like they could use it. He swung the other candelabra at the guard flanking him, sending her to the ground. Or look into who made these. This is clearly superior work. He used the prong end to disarm the man, then kicked him away and turned to block a guard's swing. More shards flew. Have you not paid your blacksmith, or displeased them in some way? I'm seeing a pattern of who has faulty swords. He pulled the guard to him and turned so they could face the coming polearm. With a scream, the guard raised his shield, and Tibbs made the wood hard enough to deflect the blow as he changed their angle. The polearm shattered on impact, metal and wood, while the shield cracked. Maybe you angered the elements, Tibbs offered. Perhaps you need to reconsider how you choose to live your life. Maybe who you protect from whom? A candelabra blocked the roof watcher's swing, and he let his captive go to punch her. An angry scream accompanied the running guard, and the roof watcher hurried out of the way. Tibbs lazily raised the candelabra and intercepted the blade. It shattered on it. Yes, someone is clearly displeased with you. He punched the man. I wonder who it can be. He deflected a roof watcher's attack, then locked the next swing among the prongs, then slammed that down, pulling the man who refused to let go along. A kick to the face made them release it. His weapons had accumulated enough nicks, it would soon be suspicious they weren't breaking. The guards kept their distances, more than one looking at their swords in worry. He'd made his point. Only 3 wolf watchers were left to oppose him, but he sensed more of them as well as guards on their way. As entertaining as this has been, I'm afraid I need to leave. He raised his voice. Remember, citizens, this is your citizens of this dreary city. It is yours, not theirs. There are more of you than they, and it seems that someone or some things are favoring those who oppose your oppressors. He ran at the roof watchers. He let the candelabra break from deflecting a blade, let the other go to place a hand on the woman's head to push himself over the other's swing, then ran for the building, easily climbing to the roof. He faced the plaza and bowed. This is your city, he called out, turned and ran, vanishing from their fight. With all the era's roof watchers on the ground, no one saw which alley he finally dropped into. Tibbs gave the story 3 days to spread before slipping the paper with the new tavern and phrase to use to the little group's leader. She was there the next day, and that the night after that it was only her and the contact women waiting at the back of the shop. He remained in the rafter well past arriving. Well past arriving, sensing for anyone approaching. When he was confident all he sensed were the guards on their normal patrols, he dropped and stepped to the edge of the light. Did you lose people? We couldn't get everyone here this quickly. The leader's word had a faint glow to it. An exaggeration? She hadn't wanted the others here? He's impressed with what you did, the contact said, while he still tried to understand why. It was only the 2 of them. Dissension among the ranks? That was the point. The reason didn't matter, so long as it didn't get in the way of helping the city. I wouldn't depend on it. If he's planning on an attack, by now they'll have checked the weapons that arrived with the caravan and found them defective. To be able to do that, to be able to do what you did, the leader said, suspicion in her tone, you have access to closed-off places. She was suspicious of his allegiance. He shrugged. You can question my motivation, try to figure out who I am, or we can discuss the next step. Can you remove all their weapons? Not without them realizing they are under attack. I seeded thoughts that someone is displeased with the guards. I expect you've heard the stories being told, how the guards, who have already suffered a drop in pay, are seeing this as further pressure, how the city leaders are claiming this is my work, since they have no one else to blame. How whispers of unrest are turning into those of taking actions. The leader let out a breath and seemed to come to a decision. How much of the money you've taken from the guards are you willing to part with for our cause? I have taken no money from the guards, but I am willing to give you a large portion of my fortune to help in your endeavor. We know it's you, the contact said. You basically admitted to that last time. He shrugged. If it's important to your mastermind that it be their money you use, you'll have to seek someone else's help. It isn't, the leader said. I just don't understand why you aren't taking the credit. I don't take credit for someone else's work. It didn't matter that they believe him or not, to him or them. They exchanged a look, then the contact told them how much they needed. He was impressed. If he hadn't planned on taking silvers from the guard, if he hadn't planned to keep taking silvers from the guards, it would be more than he could give. They were ambitious. He had to give them that. I can't hand that over at one time. Getting a promise that size converted will be noticed, as would handing over that amount in bars. You have bars of platinum? The leader asked, dismayed. He shrugged again, then affected a thoughtful expression. A common coin pouch carries 100 silver without drawing attention. If you have places where one can be left behind in the process of trading, that won't be noticed. I can arrange to make it happen. 100 gold at a time would speed things up. Even electrums would make it faster. But money handlers pay attention to anything beyond silver because it's uncommon unless you are a merchant, which means I can be noticed when I get the higher value coins, and your mastermind can when he returns them to silver. You won't need them as silver, the contact said. If that what they needed could be paid in electrum or gold, this wasn't to bribe people within the city. That is nonetheless how I'll have them delivered. The contact looked at the leader, worried. How many shops can we safely use? Can you arrange 10 deliveries per day? She asked after thinking it over. You tell me the shops, and I'll see to it they are delivered. The deliveries happen until the amount is reached. Hiring people willing to take part in criminal activities was always easy. People wanted extra coins, even when the system around them wasn't trying to take everything they had. Finding those among them who wouldn't just walk away with a pouch filled with coins, knowing there was little Tibbs could do, short of hunting them down. If they did, it was harder. But he had essence. Light might not bring certainty, but it let him remove those outright dishonest. He could add incentive to keep those left from being tempted, such as increasing how much they were paid for each delivery. There would be days and weeks of deliveries, so much more money to be made in the long run. For 7 days and another theft, Tibbs handed money over to the Quiet Rebellion. He was looking forward to more theft as he returned to his attic, only to sense guards crawling over it, and her muddled essence. And that concludes chapter 76 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up for free on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of that and support me in the process, that is on Ream Story. If you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are... Now, links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. I think I forgot this. Yep, I did. Okay. That. Lapin, 57 words, university ranks. 61 word, anecdotes of the artistocracy. Congratulations, James. July 4th. July 4th becomes 7th. Oh, right. Right. You need to be scheduled on the road. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. Oh, how the hell do I keep doing this? Well, I'll do the read and correct, deal with that afterward, because it turns out I forgot to do it last week. Either that, or something is really in bad order. Yeah, no, I forgot to do that last week. Yeah, that annoys me. Then, mainly because I usually leave them there until it's done. Please tell me I did not accidentally post this at it. No, they're not. No, they're fine. Weird. Really weird. Alrighty, so we're going to do chapter 77. I am confirming microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 77 of Stepping Wild. Tibbs caught sight of the occasional guard through the small window. He sensed 4 of them, plus her in the attic. The fabrics that made out his costumes were no longer hanging from where he stored them. Their essence was pulled on the floor, ripped to shred. Yeah, I'm not going to go to shred, just ripped. Simply because I need the roamer's costume to be mostly intact. That meant he wouldn't be the naval roamer until he remade the costume. She stood before the chimney watching them, as far as he could tell from her position. The muddling meant he couldn't sense if she shifted or where she looked. Being clever enough to figure out where his hideout was meant that getting what he needed for his costume could be complicated. She'd seen what they'd destroyed, so she'd know to be on the lookout. She'd know to be looking for merchants dealing in those fabrics. Probably was already planning to watch for any theft of them. Amusement mixed with his annoyance at how easily he dismissed her because of how young she was. Even knowing she tracked him without help hadn't made him take her seriously. He should have known better. How often had he taken advantage of looking like a child, of being one? He'd, he'd been clever even back then. He could think of he couldn't think of one time when he'd been outsmarted. His failed plans had been due to his lack of experience and other events interfering. The the brand itched as at the reminder and he barely kept from scratching it. The one thing they hadn't found were his quains. Earth essence made it easy to reset the stone that made the disused chimney, so his work couldn't be noticed, even by her standing so close, out of the way of the guard, still tearing apart the room, having moved onto the boxes and crates that had been there when he moved in. This left him with the scholar's costume in the room he'd paid for as him, the clothes he wore, and the coins he'd collected throughout the day, until he knew if she'd already arranged to have the room watched, he couldn't risk going for the hidden coins there. A guard stepped up to her in front, muddling as he stepped close enough to be in the greenstone's range. His motion was sharp, indicating a chimney, Tibbs thought. When she didn't move, the guard joined the others to their destructive search. Had she ordered him back to work? Kept him from wasting time? Searching the clearly unaltered chimney, or he went over what the guards did, how they went about it. The destruction didn't help in capturing the nimble roamer, which was her goal. All it did was give him what they left. All it did was give him what they left of his costumes. Some of the papers he'd used to make his fake ones. Fortunately, any with the scholar's name were in his room. This felt more that she had to stand there while they worked, forced to watch any chance she might have to catch him vanish. The roamer would realize the rooms was watched. Would he see the destruction by peeking in? Then he'd change everything about how he worked. She'd gone to them with what she'd worked out. She'd have no choice. After the capture of the roof, he doubted she could afford to act without the city's approval. She had probably laid out her plan to catch the roamer when he returned to his hideout, only for the city guard to rush there for any proof they could parade in front of the citizens, show the city leaders the proof they had done their job. They'd make sure she couldn't catch the roamer anymore. If she even caught Tibbs entering, all she'd have was a thief, not her quarry. Not that the city leaders would care. The only reason, as far as Tibbs could think, that they hadn't executed an innocent, claiming he was the roamer, was that he still performed his crimes. They needed to stop that before they could make the claim he'd been caught. This came too close to making that happen. The first thing was to get his coins. Once they left, he'd have to be attentive for anyone watching the building, and he didn't sense people in the alleys or the roofs, other than the roof watchers at their post, without line of sight on the building. Unfortunately, the road it was on was a well-traveled one. All it would take for skilled watchers to remain unseen were a few changes of clothing, maybe as simple as different colored cloak, caps, and shoes, and they could walk a circuit that even he wouldn't be able to notice. Once he had his quains, he needed a new hideout. He should have set up backups. He used to always have more than one, but it had been years since he needed them. He'd made the mistake that got many thieves caught. He'd grown overconfident. If not for his essence, he would have gone up to the window before noticing anything was amiss. And then he'd have to run for his freedom. He needed to quickly remake the nimble roamer's costume. Something else he should have had many of, hidden throughout the city. Too many years without being caught, without even coming close to being caught. At least his lessons was only costing him a few days' delays. a few days delay. They would be busy, but he'd have what he needed to remake. He'd have they would be busy, but he'd have what he needed remade in time for his next performance after the theft of the guards' silver. The only thing intact when the guards left were the floors, walls, roof, and the chimney. And that was only from her keeping them from wasting their time on it. He had still outsmarted her. He stopped the forming smile. She'd worked out too much for his confidence to be justified. Once he had his coins, he could rejoice at her not being as clever as she thought. The guards left carrying items that to prove they had done their work. The inkpot and quills, a few scored copper he'd been practicing on, hoping to make them look enough like those on the street he could slip them unnoticed, and the roamer's ripped cloak and vest, holding them up for people to see. Proof they'd finally stopped the roamer. He couldn't wait for the city's folks' reaction during his next performance. 2 days were ample for the city's proclamation to reach everyone, and his reappearance would show their incompetence. How often could they discover the roamer's hideout, claim they'd caught him, until no one believed them? How would that affect any claims they made as to what was best for the city's people? If he made sure she was the one finding them, how long until the city stopped letting her work here? Until she lost confidence in what she knew about him. A few extra costume, coins left behind, the time to create the evidence. He'd worked there for a while. He had plenty of coins hidden in the chimney to cover what he'd need to make that happen, and still hand over what he'd promised, the Quiet Rebellion, and he'd remake that cost with only a few thefts of silvers. She left the attic with the guard, and he readied himself. She would have to signal whoever she'd hired. If she didn't, he'd act quickly, and she wouldn't know she'd missed him. At the steps, she stopped and turned. The guards grabbed her arm, and she wrenched it out. He couldn't tell if the argument turned heated, but it ended with her heading back in while the guard went down the stairs. She had a knife in her hand by the time she reached the chimney. She carefully pried a stone out, then another. A third, and she could put her arms in. She felt about, and just as Tip figured he'd outsmarted her again, she felt up, touching the metal grate that kept small thieves from coming down. From entering this way. From entering this way. That sounds better. She removed the stone above it until the hole was large enough for her to take the 3 leather bags out. Tips couldn't think of anything to do while she studied the knots keeping them closed. He hadn't opened them yet, as he hadn't needed those coins. She tied the bags together and put them over her shoulder before leaving. She stopped at the edge of the door, peeking out. 2 guards were on the other side of the street, talking. When a group of people passed between her and them, she fell in with them. He followed her from the roofs, only lost sight when he had to avoid the roof watchers, but never sense of her. Even without the coin of bags, the muddling of the stone cause made her distinctive among the rest of the people. That she hadn't handed them to the guards meant she might not be as honest as she seemed. Maybe she hadn't targeted him so she could stop his crime, but because she knew he had a lot of coins and wouldn't be able to set the guard on. He wouldn't be able to set the guards on her. Plural. That felt wrong. He'd encountered her twice before. In cities months apart, if she traveled by road. If she used a platform, there weren't enough silvers in those bags to cover that cost over more than a few uses. And she was good enough to have tracked him, found his hideout. That meant she could charge gold for her skill, or possibly electrum, due to her young age. She had mentioned this would help her prove herself to others. And if this was a con, which he didn't think it was, she could still make more than those bags contained in less time. But her lack of honesty put her in the same position she'd put him. When he stole them back, she couldn't go to the guards. She would be after him again once the nimble roamer resurfaced, possibly working harder to make up for the humiliation of having been outsmarted, but he'd learned enough about how she thought she wouldn't get close to him a second time. She was on the transportation platform before Tibbs realized where they were. And then, when an attendant looked out the door of the building and they resided in, she motioned impatiently. The man didn't hurry to her and then didn't seem ready to agree to what she wanted until she produced a folded paper and he read it. Tibbs saw disbelief on the man's face, then shame. He nodded as he handed it back, and again, before Tibbs realized what was happening, golden lights surrounded them, then faded away. She'd taken his coins out of the city. Worse, out of his reach. His dismay faded, and he held back the laughter long enough to confirm he was the only one on this part of the roofs. He'd been outsmarted by someone half his age. Then the consequences settled on him, and his mirth vanished. All he had were the coins on him. Tibbs could manage with little. Picking pockets would let him get food, and he had the scholar's lodging to stay in. But the roamer? He couldn't get the money needed for the clothing. The money for the clothing needed in time for his performance, and anything but a perfect replica would be declared as someone else attempting to keep the roamer alive. Stealing them was a problem. She might be gone, and the guards not overly clever, but there would be people the city leaders employed who'd have worked out where those clothes could be obtained. And he couldn't get the silver the quiet rebellions were expecting in time for the morning's delivery. Not unless he was willing to steal from the city's merchant. He also couldn't go to them to explain the situation. As Tibbs, he'd be nothing more than someone suspicious, taking advantage of the situation. As the roamer, explaining he'd been outsmarted by a child, would erode whatever confidence they had in him. At least enough, they might decide they needed to know more about who he was. He didn't want to steal from the merchants. The nobles? With only a few hours to find a house, get in, avoid everyone, get their coins, and leave, without leaving them suspicious essence had been involved? If him rushing this didn't result in getting caught and having to fight his way out, it would result in adventurers being called in. It cursed. The merchants were victims. They didn't deserve to be robbed, but what else could he do? He had to deliver the coins he'd promised them. Or did he? He looked at the platform towards his hideout. The roamer had been stopped. The criers would spread the news well before the sun touched the top of the walls. If he'd been stopped, he couldn't deliver the coins. He couldn't abandon them like this. They needed him. Did they? That would be, didn't they? Didn't they? He sat and breathed. It had been a long time since he'd resorted to oneness to settle his emotion, but he needed it now. He chuckled. Don would have a lecture for him about how oneness wasn't something to pull out as needed. It was a way of living, something that he needed to incorporate in all aspects of what Tibbs did. And considering how often his temper got the better of him, Don would be right. But Tibbs was too busy to devote the months to practicing it until he always did it. But he breathed now and used that to expel his frustration. He breathed and he expelled the responsibility he'd put on himself. He breathed and expelled the worry about what would happen without him to hold everything in place. There was someone holding things in place, and the unknown mastermind of the quiet rebellion, the one whose plan was already in motion, the one who needed the coins Tibbs provided. But did he? He breathed and expelled the need. He had to be the one to solve everything. His coins helped. Money always helped. But how much of what they'd asked for was truly needed? The mastermind was too clever to ask for the minimum. He breathed and expelled his doubt that he had to set all this in motion. Did they have the minimum they needed? Surely they did. As much as they wanted? Probably not, but he had delivered more than half the amount he promised. He breathed and expelled the unexpected disappointment. They didn't need him, but his research needed him. He breathed and expelled his certainty. When was the last time he'd uncovered something of use? But there was tomorrow. He breathed and expelled his uncertainty. There was always tomorrow, but he had now. He had the information on the forest, the stories hinting that they were that at where a dungeon might be, if there was one. He told himself 1 year to help the city. He breathed and expelled his reproach. That was before he'd found the Quiet Rebellion, someone to lead the people to reclaiming their city. He never wanted to be that person. He couldn't be that person. Tibbs was wrong to lead something like that. His temper would destroy the good he wanted to do. He didn't have to stay. He breathed and held it in. He savored the bitter sadness acknowledging it caused. He expelled his guilt. He'd planned. He'd helped. And for the first time, he'd been outsmarted. He chuckled. He doubted ending the roamer's career had been her plan. She'd probably be back after spending the coins she'd taken to take up the hunt, but he wouldn't be there to witness it. He headed to the scholar's lodging to gather the few things that would help him on the road. Then he'd be bound for the wild again. And that concludes chapter 77 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and read and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available for free on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of that and support me in the process, that is on Ream Story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hey, Akla! Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Enjoy the lurg, James. July 8th. No, July 7th makes 9. Could be better. Cat screwed sleep again. Need to plan ahead tonight. Well, good luck with the planning. Enjoy the lurk. Things are doing well, thank you. Doing read and corrects this morning. Gonna have to not fix not fix a something, but I keep forgetting to upload chapters, and it's kind of bugging me. It should be 77. Where are you? Failed? Huh. Why did you fail? That is in the future. I'm using the exact same thing as usual. Why did you fail? Let's test something real quick. No, I'm still logged in. This did not go into draft. Enjoy. Okay, actually, according to this, you're still logged in. All right, let's oh, really? How about here? I hate I hate how complicated Patreon keeps making stuff. Like, I can't even open a post in a different window anymore. Sorry, in a different tab. Like, I have to, you know, I don't get it. I don't get why they're doing that. Why did you not copy? Why aren't you copying the bleeping thing? Oh, come on. Oh, this was manual, right. Ah! Ugh. Which means I screwed up. And I need to redo it. This is why I don't want to have to do this manually. I always screw something up when I do it manually. It is quite literally. How it happens every time I need to do something manually. I screw up an aspect of it. It would be amusing if it wasn't so frustrating. Alright. Let's do this properly. That. And then that. And that's going to be July. July 9th. All right. Hopefully, there's no mistakes in there. Oh, breathe, breathe. All right, last chapter for this morning. I am confirming microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing Chapter 78 of Stepping Wild. Tibbs was stopped by guards only hours from leaving the city. And questioned. The way they asked them, he worked out they were on the lookout for criminals who had escaped their punishments. He affected a Uranian accent so thick to be nearly incomprehensible, and told them he was traveling the kingdoms, searching for the place that called to him the place that would be home, not just because it was where he'd built it, but because the land would recognize who he was. He didn't remember if Urania was where he'd heard that belief, but he doubted guards would be familiar with people from so far away. They debated bringing him back anyway, since they didn't have the description for their escapees, but decided that he couldn't be one of them since he barely spoke the language. It happened twice more before the sun set, and again the next day, not long after the sun reached its zenith, each time to the same result, although the last guard barely listened to his answers before sending him on his way. Later that day, the road turned sunsetward. It was 2 days before he encountered guards again, more alert than the previous ones, but to help with his story, he hadn't washed since leaving the city, or gotten out of his clothing. He'd also pushed fever essence into his beard and hair, which had caused them to grow faster. He didn't reek as much as if he'd been trekking for the weeks he claimed, but for people used to staying clean, it was enough. Nearly as soon as he spoke, they sent him on his way. 3 days later, another set of guard took one look at him, and they argued over which would question him. They were the last guard he encountered. 12 days after leaving the city, Tibbs found a village. If not for his sense, he would have walked by without pausing. It was well away from the road, well away from the road, among the trees, and he only found the trail leading to it because he sensed the people there and knew there had to be one. They had gone to great lengths to hide it. The amount of life essence there made him suspect why. He made himself presentable, made himself a weary traveler instead of a nearly bestial one. He was met with suspicion by those who noticed him approaching, but they didn't stop him. Part of the wall, sunsetward, was being taken down while buildings were being constructed. Even this close, the life essence within the town was so close to. Even this close, life essence was so close together. So tight. Even this close, the life essence within the town. It's not a town, it's a village. Within the village was so tight he had trouble telling people apart. The mix confirmed that if not everyone the Quiet Rebellion had helped escape the city was here, this had to be where most of them were. People in Warren City's folks' clothing huddled together between buildings with oiled tarp strung to keep the rain from them and rough bedding by the walls, with oiled tarp to keep the rain from them and rough bedding by the walls. Planks on the ground for tables. With the amount of jostling he was subjected to, he was unable to keep his fingers out of pockets, but they came away with nothing. He found the tavern by the sense of the ale in their butts, and headed towards that one because the dining room wasn't crowded. A massive man leaned against the door, and people gave the building a wide berth. He became alert as Tibbs approached it. "Tavern's closed," he said. Tibbs glanced at the open window and the man and woman he could see there. It doesn't seem to be. He kept his Uranian accent, but lightened enough communicating wouldn't be a problem. "It's close to the likes of you," the man replied, crossing his muscled arm over his chest. Tibbs looked around at the city folks making the best of the outdoor accommodations they had. The village generosity doesn't extend to travelers needing to parch their throats. Drink out of the rain barrels. I prefer ale over water. The man stepped forward, his expression darkening. "I don't fucking care. You can go drink piss for all I care. We didn't ask for the lot of you to come here and eat our food." "I can pay for my ale," the man snorted. "Like any of you ran off with more than the clothes on your back." Tibbs produced 3 coppers. The man's expression barely changed, with only hints of thoughtfulness being added. Don't move. He opened the door, looked in, and then motions to someone. A woman nearly as muscular as the man stepped to the doorway and listened to what he said. She looked at Tibbs. You can pay? He showed the coppers. Fine. But the moment you're out, I'm throwing you out. I don't need useless city folks crowding my tavern. The dining room could sit 50, and not even a quarter of that filled it. They all watched him. They all watched him. The clothing was mostly leather from the animal in the forest, he expected. A few were hunters. One was making arrows with metal points. They were damaged and worn, so had seen use. The quiver was out of sight and had 8 arrows in it. A pouch at the woman's belt had more, a handful at least, by the size of the mass of essence. He didn't sense a blacksmith in the village. Had she traveled to buy them, or were they something that had been in her family for a time? They felt in good enough condition to be recent, but Tibbs hadn't studied how essence behave when metal weapons were well cared for. You going to drink? The barkeep demanded, or you plan on paying to ogle the people here? He sat at the bar and placed a copper on the counter. She filled a tankard, placed it down, and considered him. Tell you what, you tell me how it's going in the city, and I'll pay for this one. Hasn't any of them updated you? They don't get into my tavern. So what'll it be, the copper or a story? They've had a troublemaker, he said, putting his finger off the copper, but not pocketing it. Asking his questions would take more than one of them. Someone in bright colors harassing the guards. Heard they threw silver around. Heard about him, some roamer fellow, she said, pissing off the city bosses pretty badly, from what I hear. He shrugged. Didn't hear about any of that. While I was in the city, he affected a thoughtful expression. Heard about the guards getting into fights with one another. Something about favoritism, I think. Oh, as I left, I heard criers proclaim that roamer's been caught. Don't believe one thing the city folks tell you. A man said, stepping to the bar and leaning on it. They'll say anything to keep control. He raised his tankard. Darna, may I? He winked at Tibbs. He kept looking at him while she filled it. He didn't touch it once she put it on the counter. Tell me, where are you from? That accent is so charming. The smile and look he gave Tibbs gave him a sense of what he was after. Ian, don't you have enough already? He looked at her, offended. Darna, I never have enough. You should know that by now. She rolled her eyes. Don't let my brother talk you into anything you don't actually want to do. Tibbs looked from one to the other, trying to find resemblances. Don't hurt your eye. Don't hurt your pretty brown eyes trying. We both take after our respective fathers. You take after Mom when it comes to your bed. Don't I countered with a bit of heat. If you'd listen to what she taught us instead of gallivanting into the forest for adventure and big muscles, you would too. She gave Leanne a worried look, then focused on filling tankards. You're not taking me to bed, Tibbs said, but I'm from Urania. Why not? I'm very... Leanne. Tibbs put as much severity in his tone as he could without sounding angry. I don't care how good you are. It isn't happening. Oh, you just don't, or you only do it with women? For all that she'll protest, my big sister does enjoy a good-looking man. Leanne, she said in exasperation, I just don't. Okay. He sat. So what's Urania like? Where is it? And why would you come here? The easy acceptance put Tibbs momentarily off balance. Nearly every time his lack of interest in sex came up, the other person had trouble understanding it. The more they liked the sex, the harder they tried to convince him he should too. He couldn't remember one time before now when him simply saying it was enough. I don't know where it is in relation to here. I've been traveling for a long time and I didn't make maps. As for what it's like, he doubted it mattered, but he tried to remember something of his time there. Cold. The cold season's long, the hot one short. Houses are made of thick stone. The folks there are warm-hearted, friendly, and always willing to help someone out. I think he just insulted us He just accused us of being cold-hearted, a woman said, settling at the bar on Tibbs's other side. She placed the quiver on the counter. Darna, what's your brother preparing for us tonight? Tibbs glanced at Leon. Other brother, he said, from a different father. So don't try to see a resemblance. Also, don't try to count how many siblings they have, the hunter said. I don't think Orina was ever not pregnant. I am so glad that isn't something I am so glad that is something I don't have to worry about. Leon said, but how many little ones are out there actually yours, Leon? Darna asked. How should I know? None of them have come calling me Papa. He grinned at Tibbs's raised eyebrow. I can never have enough, man or women. Doesn't matter to me. And it seems like they never have enough of you, Darna said, giving the hunter a reproachful look. She laughed. Trust me, if you two weren't related, you'd be enjoying him too. I am very enjoyable, Leon said, then raised his voice. Aren't I? A lot of I, responded, and he beamed with pride. As for what Chuck will have for you lot, that's the stew made of the deer meat you brought in with some of the root vegetables we have left. What's the forest like? Tibbs asked, and Darna and the hunter tensed. What's your interest in it? The hunter asked. He shrugged. Some forests have more root vegetables than others. Maybe I can find some and help. You don't look like a forest dweller, she said. He chuckled. That's because I went through a city. I've spent a lot of time traveling alone and living off what I found in forests. The look the two exchanged made them wonder what he'd accidentally stepped in. Don't let them scare you off, Leon said. Everything's secret to city folks. Everything's a secret the city folks can't know about. He rolled his eyes. I say that if he can help, let him. Never thought I'd say that, but I'm getting tired of eating meat, mostly meat these days. That's the biggest load of bullshit you've ever said, Lee. A man sat wrapping his arm around Leon and nuzzling his neck. You never get enough of meat. Leon patted the man's head. Different kind of meat, Coral. But you're sweet for saying that. And you be. Coral asked. I've been hearing you talk with them for a while, but not one of them asked. Not one of them seemed to ask for your name. Talian, he replied. Don't you even think about it, Coral, Leon said as the man grinned. Tibbs looked from one to the other. You said to Talian, Darna said. No, I just gave my name, which is Ty. Oh, I guess if it's easier, you can call me Ty. And I'm Rachel, Darnter said. I'm somewhat curious. Why do you want to help us? I'd like to take a break from traveling for a time, and I figured you'll be more likely to let me stay if I'm useful to have around. The village was as good place as anywhere for him to return to when he wasn't searching for the dungeon. Darna and Rachel exchanged a look. I don't think you should wander into the forest alone, the hunter said hesitatingly. But I could take you along when I go hunting tomorrow. Is the forest dangerous? It's a forest, she replied. They're all dangerous to those who aren't ready for it. If I help, what can we arrange for lodgings? I'd offer you my bed, Leon said, but you've already said no. If you aren't difficult, Darna said, there's the attic. Not all that much to store there at the moment. I'm good with an attic. Rachel was at the tavern before the sun was more than hinted at by the color of the sky. The color in the sky. The color of the sky. And she was surprised Tibbs was already up. The village was quiet as they exited it Nadir. The spaces between buildings were packed with sleeping people. Past the wall, you know what? Let's see. It was quiet. The city was quiet. The spaces between buildings packed with sleeping people. As they headed to the Nadir Gate. Past the wall, the field was recent, with the earth freshly turned. Further, they came to fresh stumps, then felled trees, then equipment ready to use to fell more of them. You've been here longer than there's been trouble in the city, he said. Why hide the village? What makes you think we're hiding? The path from the road isn't easy to find, and the new fields are only on the side of the village away from the road. Those are because of the current trouble. If we could have avoided getting the initial refugees, I expect more people here would have been happier without it than not. Story is that way back when, the family that founded Rokania was on the run from the king. Something about disagreeing with how she ran things, trying to make things better, and that not going in their favor. No idea if it's true, but that's the story I've been told. No matter what it is, we like being out of the way, having only ourselves to depend on and provide for, and not having to deal with city politics. But you're still making space for the city folks. That was a hard fight. Darna's on the side of not wanting them around. Liam, well, more people means more of them to take to bed, so he's all for them being here. Chuck just wants to be left alone in his kitchen. But it gives you a sense of how split we are. In the end, those of us who think we should help those in need, regardless of where they come from, prevailed. But you regret the decision now. She stared at him. I saw the look you exchanged with Darna when I asked about staying. She sighed. I just didn't realize having all of them around would be so disruptive to my peace and quiet. Tibbs noted the faint glow on the words, but couldn't work out what part weren't entirely true. It seemed odd to him that a hunter who could walk into the forest anytime she wanted would complain about losing her peace and quiet, but he figured it wasn't his problem. He brought his sense in to gain precision and sense for wood essence in the ground. It worked out a while back what to sense for when it came to tubers, like tuber-like foods in the forest, and had learned the hard way the kind of wood essence structure within them that made them bad to eat. His lack of immunity to the lemon served him well now, since he didn't have to worry about it. He didn't have to worry about if what he dug out would be poisonous to anyone else. He stayed where she told him when she picked up a trail, and he sensed her as she hunted. He used the time to extend his sense, searching for anything out of the ordinary in it, but had nothing by the time she brought down one of the area's many deers. She ignored the carcass, instead searching for the arrow that missed its target, then retrieved the broken off tip before returning to the carcass. She got him, and he went back to gathering tubers while she finished preparing the carcass. That's a lot. Retrieve a broken metal tip before returning to the carcass. You know what? This can just be it. Preparing it to carry back. And that concludes chapter 78 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next story will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up for free on Royal Road. If you want to support me and read ahead, that is on Ream Story. I think we're 20 chapters ahead or something like that. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Wait, what? Okay, all right. I've already I forgot to attach that. So again, that's why I don't like doing this manually. Uh, bu- 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 Which reminds me, I need to do that. Okay. All right, let's see if this will work this time or if I'm going to have to do another one manually. Da, 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 time. So July 9th becomes 11th. Yep, gonna have to do that one manually as well. Alright, well, that's... Hopefully I learned to take my time and not have to redo this 3 times. No. is done. Okay. All right. Dealt with. So all the Patreon stuff is done. That will go there. So we need to start with chapter 2. Yeah, helps if I pick up the right chapter for this. Say 73. Right. I've caught up. Something I wanted to do in the meantime. Of course, forgot what. Hey, Mango. Thank you for dropping by. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Ah! Oh, no, actually, that's more south than I thought. But it does work. Maybe not. Oh, right. That is something I need to do. Alrighty, it is time for me to take lunch. So, I will be back in about an hour. And, well, come on. This afternoon, it is chapter 3 of The Tourist, book 10 in the Monster and Badman series. Hello, Mango. Thank you very much for the bits. And let's see, WKWA. 234 words, the anecdote of the artistocracy. Congratulations. WKWA. I'm unsure what that means, James. Oh, well, Kindar was away. Cool. Alrighty. And it is a Tristan chapter. So let's color it properly. Do I have recordings of my Thursday review? They would be videos on demand, VODs. If you check, I have no idea. I mean, I don't have personal recording of them. If you check on Twitch, there should be VODs. Are there many happy customers? What you're really asking? No one's complained. Most people seem happy. I have a few return customers. If you were there last Thursday, you have a sense of what I do. Although, to be fair, Angst is somebody that I've been doing this for. Angst is a return customer. I've been doing it for them, for her, a decent amount, so I know her writing, and her writing starts fairly clean. So I was able to get through much more of the text than I do with somebody new. Like I said, nobody's complained. You know, it's not like I have a a review section anywhere. Like, I do this for the fun of it. I've only had 2, I think, since I've done that basically went, okay, we're going to stop here and that kind of stuff. So those 2, I would say they weren't satisfied. But you can check with Christy Harter. If you want to ask them directly. Actually. Do I feel the 7 query is there for a reason? Yes, it is there because I want it to mean something. I do not want this to become the kind of thing that just anybody goes, oh, you know what, do it. I want people, I'm offering that to people who come to the stream. The goal is to help help people who will be on my stream. So I don't want to just give it away. Basically, I want people who consider it to be willing to invest in obtaining it. So yeah, like that's the much like a book. Yeah, like that's my main reason. That I want people who are interested to have to show up, so that at the very least they get a sense of who I am as a person. As part of how I stream, how I write, so that they can decide if they think it's going to be for them. Which is not something I think people would bother with if it was something that they could accumulate in one session. And coming in today, by the end of tomorrow, they've got all the points and they can just send it to me. So yeah, like it's. You want to engage more as well? You've saved up in anticipation. You're at 7,000. Cool. Now, considering I stream for 8 hours at a time, I figure it doesn't take that long to accumulate if somebody's here regularly. But again, one of the aspects of it is to encourage interaction. Because the hope is that if somebody's going to show up to accumulate the points, they will participate. They will ask questions. They will talk. They will comment. There will be engagement, at least. That's the hope. What is my favorite type of tiger? I'm a Sumatran tiger. Um, my favorite type of tiger is a tiger still in the wild. As much as I appreciate, what tigers in properly approved reserves and zoos do for their survival, they should be in the wild. Snow tigers are exceptional. Okay. Um, this is interesting. There is no such thing as a snow tiger. I suspect you are referring to white tigers. And the thing with white tigers is that, okay, at this point, today, what I'm saying is no longer entirely true because of the amount of inbreeding that has happened because of human intervention. But white tigers do not show up naturally as part of the north. Damn it. Siberian tiger. Okay. So white tigers do not show up naturally within Siberian tigers, which are the only tigers that interact with snow at anything resembling regularity. If I remember correctly, it is a recessive gene that is naturally only within the Bengal tigers. Which subspecies of tiger I may have wrong. I know it's not some Siberian because most people think it's Siberian because white should be to help them match in the snow. The thing is, it's a recessive gene, and it does not show up among Siberian tigers. And in nature, they are excessively rare, and their survival chances are low because it's actually not working to their benefit. Not nearly as well read on the animal kingdom and nature. See it in writing. Details of wildlife in the world. I know more about tigers because of my interest in it. I would not call myself completely well read. 92 words, James. The anecdotes of the artistocracy. Congratulations. I mean, I do my research as needed. If if I'm writing something and there's going to be a specific animal, I will do a bit of looking. Your books have a tiger religion. Well, that's the perfect religion to have if a book is going to have one. I do research as needed, and only to the extent of what I need for the story I'm telling. If you mean for the read and comment, to this point they're submitted however works for the person submitting them. Angst tends to whisper me the link on Twitch. Yeah, it's very much whatever works for the person. I try to contact them a day early just to make sure that it's still happening. At that point, I will often ask for the link. But yeah, I mean, once the person is on the schedule, I do my best to make sure that it happens without difficulty. Charging your keyboard. Enjoy. I hope it goes well. Do I keep all of my writing? Yes, with the caveat of I have lost a few things to stuff like hard drive crashes over the decades. Nothing recently has been lost. When I say that, I'm talking about my very old stuff. But yeah, I do keep everything I write. Actually, there is a story, again, very old. It predates me having a computer, which is why it's lost. Because I'd written it by hand. And it was never inputted into a computer. And it might still be in a box at my parents' place, but I don't know. Actually, I have two stories like that. But if you've seen something of mine online, the odds are very good I can pull it up. Okay, why? I'm curious. Why do you not like keeping all your writing? You don't like it, keep it for it makes sense, until you still hammer the sentences down until it's smooth, but that's where um, yeah, I caged the perfectionist a long time ago, threw away the key, buried the cage as deep as it would go, so that I'd be able to get work done. You will take care of your old work. Maybe one day you'll appreciate it more. You have to leave that possibly open. So find a better place beside your desktop to store your file. Yes. I have my all my stuff is mirrored on Dropbox. It used to be Google, but Google Drive, but now Google Drive deletes anything that's inactive for more than 6 months, and I cannot afford that with my stories. So I also have a backup made on the house drive. Thank you for the gifted sub, Mango. Tiger explosion everywhere. Alrighty. The next slot I have available right now is give me a moment. I need to check something. Yeah, it's June 26th is the next slot I have available. $12:30 p.m. Will that work, Mango? Yeah, and that's Eastern time. 12:30 p.m. Eastern time. As in the East Coast of North America. Is that going to cause problems? You usually wake up early? Cool. Enjoy the lurk, James. Hey, Moonlight. Welcome to the stream. 154 words. The anecdotes of the artistocracy. Congratulations, James. And welcome back. Consider yourself hugged back, James. really target Superman. Okay, so I do a stop blurs. You know what? 75 words, anecdotes of the artistocracy. Congratulations, James. And consider yourself hugged back. Thank you very much. Alrighty. With my writing done, I am going to bring the stream to an end. I will raid someone new today. So, thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time, I will be working on Stepping Wild. In the morning and in the afternoon, the technicians fight. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it arrives, and I'll see you when I see you.